Just controlling proceedings on that touchline there. But it's a Western throw. Taking their while with the throw in here. Edgeworth win the ball just on the byline. Weston look to change possession. Just not clicking the early passes for Weston so far. Edgeworth are building nicely. Nice short passes. Except for that one. Turnover here as Weston look to turn defence into attack. Overlapping run there. Nice challenge there. Western control possession. We'll be looking for the cross here. Looking to shake his defender. Sends it in. Mustafa lurking. Sutherland. Edgeworth clear it to safety. Brocky on the ball. Creative outlet for the home side here. Just controlling possession, Edgeworth, in these early moments. Not looking to give away possession. Good communication, good passing. As they approach the 18-yard box, fancies himself. Not this time. Will Bauer there. Fancied picking out that top right-hand corner there, and he's capable of that. But not this time. Change of possession, Edgeworth. Slowly playing it out from the back. Western look to be searching for the long balls up to their attacking third there, just not coming off as yet. Whereas Edgeworth are knocking it around, building pressure. Edgeworth would have been bitterly disappointed after scoring a good win against Cooks Hill, going down 3-0 to the Lambton Jaffers. We're chatting to assistant coach of Western, Anthony Richards, through the week. He said that it was embarrassing to lose and get knocked out of the Australian Cup by arch rivals Maitland 5-1 at the weekend. I'm sure they'll be desperate to rectify that. Only the 3 wins for this season, Western. They still sit in 7th in reach of the top 5. Play it out wide here. Western's first real chance of the game. Ooh. Tries his luck, but that was nowhere near it, unfortunately. Welcome back, CT. How are you, mate? Fantastic pitch report as always.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, great to be able to get down there and close to it and have a good look, because it has an impact on how the game is played and what sort of conditions they're playing in determines how they're going to play the ball, the weight of the pass around different parts of the ground. The players are all in tune with that. So we see Rocky trying to get a little flick.
I'll tell you what, the ground has held up extremely well, considering Arthur Eden and Adamstown Oval both had their matches abandoned just 30 minutes into the game yesterday. So Jack McLaughlin Oval, we heard before the game, the youth played here. Should have been about 7 games over the weekend, and the ground looks fantastic given the recent weather events. As Edgeworth look to turn up a notch a little bit here. Start asking some questions of the Western defence. Either side really creating much early in the early moments.
It's a good opportunity, Jimmy, to have a look at the formations of the side, so we can see pretty clearly 3 at the back for Edgeworth. And then, as they're fairly static at the moment, 5 through the middle and 2 up front. So we've got a wide man for Edgeworth playing, and then as we look across the western side of things when we get to pan into that. You see it better when the play's actually stopped. But 4-4-2 for Western, and you can see the two guys up front there. As I mentioned pre-match, they're both in good form, and Western I'm talking about are in good form, that's for sure, and they're very close to a win. I was speaking to Michael Bolch a couple of weeks ago about Western, and my thoughts are that they're due, and Edgeworth don't want that day to be today, that's for sure, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's for sure. And with talent like Michael McGlinchey out there, and of course the Dutchman that I highlighted earlier there, Mustafa Muhammad, they definitely have a lot of creative outlets there, Western, but it just hasn't been clicking in front of goals of late. They got up early against Maitland in the Australia Cup, but that wasn't to be, and they are now eliminated, setting up a mouth-watering round 7 clash to get into the round of 32 between Maitland and Broadmeadow Magic, happening this Wednesday. That's going to be an incredibly interesting matchup. But back to proceedings here. Edgeworth still controlling possession, working through the midfields, looking quite good on the ball, whereas Western just haven't quite found a foothold yet. That can change very quickly. Just noting some of the players are slipping and sliding out there, CT, so maybe it is a little bit more damp than first thought. Clearance there from Western, important.
Yeah, having a look at the pitch before the game, so you could see where I was thumbing at the pitch. Some areas where it's certainly a little bit heavier. Players will notice that. So as the game goes on, they'll know where the slipperier parts are, where to hold their feet, and where they can actually extend and play. Big blow for the Eagles has been their captain, Pat Wheeler, who's come off out of the warm-up area. Gutted his side will be that the captain's unavailable. He's got a slight strain to his calf muscle, so that's a reoccurring one. Wednesday nights at training, he seems to be stepping through it okay, but he gets here and it's all of a panic all of a sudden. So we might get our people to see if we can talk to his people, and they're nodding their heads in agreement, so they can't wait for that. He hates the microphone wheels, big time. Yeah. Neglectfully talking any time. But anyway, he's over there agreeing that he can't wait to come in. We'll get him in the next couple of minutes, get his thoughts on his side's form and their match-up with Western. He's just coming over now, so we'll just grab him. In fact, to be honest, he's just left the building. He doesn't want to talk to us. Anyway, that's life.
Yeah, and that is a big out for Edgeworth, but they have been buoyed with Dylan Holstein to get some regular football underneath his belt now after an extended layoff with injury there, the vice-captain. Edgeworth down the left flank, but they seem to be finding a fair bit of joy. Just unable to land that final blow yet. Could that change now? Away for an Edgeworth corner there.
Well, we've gone one better. We've got a hold of Pat Wheeler's dad, Brad Wheeler. Thanks for coming to join us.
It's always a pleasure to see you too.
We'll just let this corner get out of the way and we'll come back to you in a sec.
Corner here for Edgeworth. Finding the top corner there, away. Very nearly the opening goal there for the home side, but it's away for another corner.
We'll address Pat's injury in a minute. And it definitely didn't happen at training with me on Wednesday night last week at shooting practice. You've seen better starts to the season than the one we've had here at Edgeworth Wheels.
I think that's fair to say, CT. We're still comfortable with how we're going. We haven't been the best, but we've done a lot of good things.
Corner in here. Wait for a goal kick.
Sorry, Jimmy. Let's talk about those good things. Let's highlight on some of those, because talk around town is that Edgeworth having a pretty average start to the season, but they don't see all the hard work that goes in, mate.
No, it's easy to look at results and take your view from there, but there's a lot of young players coming through, getting opportunities. They got plenty to learn, but they've got the capacity. Ginno's doing a great job as a coach with his staff. Yeah, so it's not all doom and gloom.
No, definitely not. And you're spot on, people, to make comment on results on the table. As we see Edgeworth picking up possession again, and let's touch on Pat's Some people call it an old man injury, the calf. It's just one of those things in football, isn't it? And we've had a lot of rain and the pitches have been heavy.
Yeah, I don't think the conditions have been conducive to being light on your feet. Pat's normally like a butterfly with sore feet, actually, when he gets around.
It's just a matter of how many, I guess. And without a doubt, with him out of the side, I've always enjoyed the way he pushes the team around in recent years, where he's certainly screened the defence. That's certainly a highlight of mine that I'll take away from his career whenever that ends. But as far as his captaincy is concerned and the way that he goes about just his presence and moving the team around the pitch, that'll be missed today.
Is that Aaron Nyakuru? He's capable of doing that. You don't want to give possession to Nyakuru in that area. Weston have the opening goal of the match, taking a 1-goal advantage.
What an opportunity there for Weston. Nyakuru got himself in some sort of space, angled himself inside, and then slotted into the net. And that's a great start for the Western Bears, and they'll certainly grow some confidence out of that coming here to the nest over here, Edgeworth, Jimmy.
So the visitors go 1 goal up early in this match. The home side looking to turn up the tempo now. They haven't been without their chances. They'll fancy themselves. And with talent across the park, particularly Jeremy Brocky at the top there, he's hungry for goals.
I can tell you, if you're a betting man last night, you would have got the Edgeworth Eagles at $1.75 and Weston at $4.80. Those odds had tightened up slightly this morning to $4.20 for the Bears. So responsible gambling as always, Jimmy.
That's a little bit of hindsight there, CT. I'm glad you told me after the match has started, but that's okay.
Well, long way to go, and here they come again.
Second chance in just a couple of minutes. Crosses in. Second again. Nyakuru wants a brace. Cleared away by Edgeworth. He fancies himself from here. Plays it out. Out to the back. Cleared away by Edgeworth. Western throw in there as you see a rainbow over in the back there, Jack. Just a little bit of serenity here at Jack McLaughlin Oval.
Jack Handcliffe being our cameraman, doing a fantastic job as always.
Nyakuru up amongst the pack there. Just not tall enough. The Western will fancy themselves here. I just sense the tides have turned just a bit since that last goal. But that'll sway it back. Edgeworth awarded a free kick.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jimmy, this game's got a long, long way to go, and it's just not quite finished with Brad Wheeler just yet. Wheels, it's amazing for a club like this to be talking about just getting to the semi-finals, but the reality is that's got to be the aim for this year.
Apparently, CT.
And I'll just, for those of you that know Brad Wheeler, he is the ultimate tongue-in-cheek. Apparently means yes. And look, a club like this, and I'm going to leave you out of this one because you've struck me a fraction. A club like this is capable of anything, and I certainly would be thinking the thoughts of McGuinness would be, let's get ourselves in the semi-final, and from there we can go on with it. That's would be his thoughts, and looking at his squad. Not the start that the Eagles are after right now, but certainly a long, long way to go. And Wheels, the next goal is a fairly important one.
It always is, CT.
Is that it?
Look, I'd give a Panadol a headache, mate, so I'm going to leave you to it.
Just finally, before we go, I had some training about this too. You know, tell us about what you think might occur in the second half.
It'll be a game of two halves.
Okay, training stuffed. Thanks, Wheels. Appreciate your time. Wish Pat was here to fill in the gaps, but he's been called off too. Love your work, mate.
All the best, Sito.
Jeez, that was Brad Wheeler, father of Pat, the captain of the Eagles, and always expecting a lot of fun out of him, and we just got it.
Edgeworth just slowly edging into the western 18-yard box there. No joy just yet, but you can see it building. Western just failing to clear their lines of late. You can't do that with the talent of the Eagles hanging around because they will capitalise. This game has more goals in it. It's just which team's going to be next. Geared away by Western to the midfields. Western look to turn defence into attack. Turnover there. Nice switch of play there out to the flank. Jeremy Brocky lurking. Good save there from Zaziz. Safe as houses, the stand-in keeper. Of course, standing in for Stuart Plant, who had that tragic head injury a couple of months ago now against Broadmeadow Magic. I've been assured he's making a full recovery and will be returning to the first grade side soon, but Zaziz has been a fantastic stand-in. Exemplified by that save just then. Weston, played back from Mohammed there. Niyukuru. Finding a bit of joy on that left flank over there, the visitors. Western will fancy themselves if they can pinch another one before half-time. Only the 3 wins for the season. A round 3 win against Cooks Hill. They knocked 5 past Dave Tanchevsky's men. But only 2 wins since then. 2-0 win against Valentine and 1-0 against the bottom of the table, Adamstown Rosebud. So, joy has been few and far between, but they're in the driver's seat for this match, aren't they, CT?
Yeah, that's for sure, and it's one of those games now. You really want to look at the things that you've worked on in pre-season. One of them is the shape, and I'm sure both clubs, if you have a look how tight and compact in, and hopefully you can see where all of the players are. It's in like literally a quarter of the size of the pitch. Should open up now, and Western trying to slice up the middle because that's
Mohammed,
pretty much all they had.
He's dangerous from here, fancies himself. Claim there by keeper Josh Lowe. It was building nicely there for Western. Just weren't able to find the final punch.
And they're in for into a semi-finals match where pitches, in September are typically very true and easy running. Today you can almost feel the mindset that it's going to be a scrap, and so everyone's hanging a little bit further inside. Personally, what I would like to see is both sides stretching right to left and top to bottom to open it up when you've got possession. As we see Morris there not having too much on, shut down by Sutherland. But certainly like to create some space because, as we saw in the pitch report, yeah, sure there are some areas that are bumpy, but if you can give yourselves more space, gives you more time to control, and therefore a little bit more time on the ball, and work on the things that you've practiced early in the season and through pre-season, Jimmy, and that's really important on a day like today. We see now Edgeworth starting to open up. Have a look through at the back, 4 in the middle. Sutherland drops in and Rose is pushing through, but 2 up front. That's how they're going, the Eagles, and that's how they'll get themselves back, is by maintaining their shape.
For sure. And there's plenty of pace in both sides, so they should be looking to their flanks. Sutherland for Edgeworth is already causing headaches. He's a wily character out there on the left flank.
Well, he's a great player, Sutherland. And you know what I love about his game the most is you just don't know what he's going to do. And sometimes I don't think he does either. The last split second, he'll make his mind up. sometimes it turns over, but then when it comes off, he either gets himself in or someone else into spot to score.
There you go. CT's one to watch. Young Sutherland on the flank there for Edgeworth.
100%. Keep your eye on him. All the Edgeworth fans, they'll know of him already, especially all the kids.
Almost edging ahead with the second goal of the match. Just going right of the goal mouth there. Edgeworth lucky to get away with that one.
Tell you, Jimmy, we are work to Edgeworth and having the pitch in such good condition. He's obviously watching our pre-game. Have a look at the pitch, and with what Millsy said, Warren Mills, about the amount of traffic on the pitch, this is luxury, because what we saw yesterday in both of the games, Adamstown and Lambton, they had massive downpour. So for this to be on today and in this condition, well done, Edgy. And thanks for the Hayneses in joining in with us this afternoon. If you're out and about watching, let us know you're there. And
Queries, questions? Match is certainly developing here. Mohammed steps inside. Seen away by the Edgeworth defence, but he's just starting to assert himself. Mustafa Mohammed. And he is capable of the brilliant. Had a chat with him in the pre-season. Heard all about his story. Coming over from the Netherlands. Hailing from Breda. And he's come over here looking to assert himself with goals of maybe making the A-League one day.
So we just had word from Brad Wheeler. He wants to take over the official joke of the week. So we'll look forward to that sometime in the second half.
Hope it's a clean joke. Or
It's highly unlikely, but we'll just see what happens. Hang on to your hats and see how we go there. Brad Wheeler, second half joke.
Weston ping for
kids,
offside
I'll
there.
put a bit of a pre-warning on so you can turn the TV down.
Weston's starting to find some joy on that left flank there. Ping for offside there, but they've fired enough warning shots. Edgeworth are going to have to keep an eye on that. Just sensing momentum switch to the visitors. The Eagles haven't been without their chances. It's a poor turnover there. Nyakuru already got one today. What else can he fashion?
Pretty clever on his feet, Nine Kuru, as we see Weston got plenty in firepower.
Calls for a foul, go unfounded by the referee. Lines it up. Weston again, fashioning a chance there. Could easily be 3-0 up, but 1-0 it remains.
Yeah, call for penalty there, and it was almost like Weston had stopped, or at least stalled it at worst. And for me, I just go at him until the referee just blows his whistle. One of our northern famous referees, Mark, down the far end, and I don't know if you remember me. He shouldn't, because I was such a good boy on the pitch, Jimmy. But we might try and catch up with him in the second half. What a gentleman a referee he was. Probably still
Weston
going.
launching in. Mohammed almost finding the top right-hand corner there. He's a clever player. He's going to keep popping up. He'll fancy himself today to get one in the back of the net. Edgeworth playing it out from a goal kick. Just looking. It's another poor clearance and turnover in the back line there from Edgeworth. I'll be looking to tighten that up. Just noting they've gone a bit quiet on the pitch, not much talking. Weston definitely controlling the midfield of the last 10 to 15 minutes. Finding some joy on the flanks, but playing through the middle. Just knocking it around now. Nice switch of play here. Plays it back to Zaziz. Edgeworth looking to press here. It's away to Nyonkuro with a clever flick over to Mohammed. He's been pinged for offside. He's not going to go away though. I wonder what he was paying on Sportsbet for an anytime goal scorer. Do they have those markets?
I don't think they're quite that exotic on the Northern Football League, on the Australian leagues. There are a few, apparently, so I've been told.
There's always room for improvement, though. Could have been a good multi-builder. Back on to more pressing matters. Weston just starting to capitalise on some turnovers from the Edgeworth defensive line. Out to the flank here for Edgeworth. Haven't seen much of Brocky so far this game. Calls for a foul there. Turned away again. Nyonkuru. Play a ball here. Weston with two players in the box. Takes a deflection away for a corner. Weston just firing some warning shots here. Edgeworth are going to want to tighten up at the back there.
Jimmy had the opportunity to catch up with a couple of the Azuri boys with them, and that was good fun. What I can tell you is we've got a very, very special guest on next week's game. Charlestown at their home ground. Come back to that in a little while.
Aren't they flying? Charlestown's Weston take the corner here. Claimed there by keeper Josh Lowe. Edgeworth playing it out from their end again, becoming familiar in this game. Nice switch of play there. Nicely brought down. Edgeworth putting plenty of players forward.
Stay with us over the next couple of weeks. Jackson Patterson will be back on deck. Had something on today, I think his own football match, and Cal Minor, he'll be joining us again shortly.
Important turnover there.
Sorry, Jimmy.
Sorry, mate.
And Ben Homer, he'll be back big time. Bart said he'll turn up when the semi-finals are on. So depending on our staffing and whatever, if we can try and fit him a couple of minutes here and there, we'll squeeze him in.
He's a talent. Too good to pass up, old Bart. I shouldn't say old, should I? He's very young.
Yep.
Already very accomplished in his career as Weston. Looking for their second here. Nyonkuru misses the chance. Ping for offside. Another bullet dodge for Edgeworth.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of a commentary team building, which is great news for Bar TV and great news for all of us. Spread that around. Get more games to you is the plan that are commentated. Got FFA Cup games coming up as well. Snedden into Morris. Flicks that away, and that's been picked up by Sutherland, who you watch his skill. Nothing forward. Josh drops it off, and great for play from him. And Rose, he knows where it goes, so it resets. And Jackson.
Nicely called, CT. Just sensing that Will Bauer on the left here, he's called for it. He's had a bit of space, he has the chance. Squares it up for Brocky. He's never too far away from the action, Jeremy Brocky, and Edgeworth find their equaliser. Fantastic build-up play. Jeremy Brocky squares the ledger. 1-1 at Jack McLaughlin Oval.
Jimmy, you just said we haven't seen much of him, but that's exactly what he's there for. And What about Rose and the build-up? He gets himself in good position, and 2 or 3 moves before that, he started again. He saw the reset on, got himself down the left-hand side, picks it up, drew 2 players towards him. Correct me on the replay that we don't have, and then opens it up to an empty net for Brocky almost. Just had to slot it in under the keeper, and he made no mistake. That's what he's here for. Goal scorer, leading goal scorer, and timing was absolutely perfect. Good team goal from the Edgeworth Eagles.
Johnny on the spot, Jeremy Brocky, he's never too far away. He's definitely pulled his team out of the fire more than once this season. Pops up the important times. Mentioning before that he was last year's top goal scorer, but with the return of Braden Crowley out to Maitland, I think he's going to take quite some catching in the Golden Boot for this year in the NPL. Crossed into the box by Weston, claimed by keeper Josh Lowe. Plays it out to Josh Rose, the architect of Edgeworth's equaliser. He'll fancy himself again.
Oh, for sure, he's a quality player. And speaking of quality players, you just mentioned Crowley for Maitland, and what a season he's having. And also Thompson, James Thompson, he's equally so. So if he's not scoring himself, he's setting someone else up, and that's usually one of their 3 up top. So great work from Bolch there. Michael Bolch, the head coach of the Maitland club. They're certainly on the move, and they're a club we should be watching for. And by the way, Jimmy, when you get to speak to Michael Bolch, the best I've seen at talking it down. So read between the lines always, and half as deep when you're talking to Brad Wheeler. So if that's your benchmark, that's where we go.
Gotcha. I have had a couple of chats with Bolchy, and you'd think with a strike partnership, Edgeworth playing into the box here, seen away by the Western defence, you'd think with the strike partnership of Braden Crowley and James Thompson scoring goals for fun that he'd be a little bit more excited about his team's prospects for the year, but as CT said, always playing it down. Call for a handball there on Josh Rose.
Well, stay with us at half-time because we're going to go straight down. We'll see if we can get a hold of Jeremy Brocky. I'm going to put in your words. He's basically done stuff all except turn up at the right time. And we'll do that in a more polite way, so he's got a little bit of adrenaline. I don't want him to hit me, but we'll see what he says about his one and only turn up for the game. All jokes aside, making runs. Look at him now on the 11. Drop it in. No, doesn't want it. He'll turn back in a hurry. Actually, he's walking back. But that's about what we just want him to be in the right spot at the right time for the Eagles, because he'll put it where it's got to go. Let players like this do their damage, as we see Sutherland moving forward, jinking left and right.
So crafty, Sutherland. Causing headaches out there in the middle of the park. Just dancing his way through the opposition. Brocky with a brilliant little flick on there. Edgeworth are making inroads now. Brocky lurking. He's gotten one. He'll fancy himself for a couple more. Edgeworth looking for the lead going into the break. Brocky turning provider. It sits into the box to an unmarked Josh Rose. It's claimed by keeper Jacobs' assist. Maybe just took a little bit too long. Maybe should have hit it first time.
It was a cheeky shot in the end. He just tried to slot in that top left-hand corner.
Calls for a foul. Niankuru go unfounded. Edgeworth on the edge of the box here. Rose sends it in. Brocky lurking. He has one, he has two. This is what he's capable of. Edgeworth find the lead, 2-1.
Well, he's done bugger all game except for 2 efforts inside on the edge of the 6 and turned up and popped up at the right time, skidded off the side of the head with a bit of sweat and left the keeper absolutely no chance. All jokes aside, at the right time, timing's immaculate, and that's why he gets his name repeatedly on the sheet, scoring sheet.
Niakuru in on goal here. Holding at the byline. Looking to shake his defender. Plays it back. Sutherland coming in. Important from Sutherland.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you told everyone, mate. It's all good. Stay with us at half-time. We'll see if we can get a hold of that man, Brocky, in the 11, in case you've missed it, because he's done bugger all, Jimmy. He's going to be your best mate by the end of the day.
I might go down and ask for an autograph. Square peggings. Down 2-1 at the moment here at Jack McLaughlin, the visitors. Switch of play here. Nicely brought down. Unable to wrangle that one in. Tide's starting to turn here for Weston. Played out to the left there. Heavy first touch. Won't hold up for him. Edgeworth will be... I think they will be the happier of the two sides, not only with the lead, but converting their opportunities. 2 major opportunities, 2 goals. As I mentioned before, Edgeworth have slowly crept up on the table, up into 5th position. Big gap between 4th, 3rd, 2nd and 1st. With obviously the Jaffers, Maitland, Broadmeadow, Charlestown breaking away from the pack. Charlestown, of course, undefeated. Clash of the Titans at Arthur Eden yesterday was abandoned after 30 minutes. Scores at 1-1 between Lambton Jaffers and Charlestown Azzurri. As Weston look, just slowly starting to get the control of possession here. Mohammed searching for a counterpart. Ball into the box, they'll fancy themselves here. Playing it back out, building the pressure, Weston. Chris Hurley on the edge, plays it through. Weston still in possession. Ping for offside a couple of times now in the first half. All right, we're going to throw down to our ground reporter here, CT.
Yeah, filling multiple roles down here, Jimmy. All good. Just going to hang between us until half-time, and we'll go and catch up with that man, Jeremy Brocky. Josh Rose is on the near side just here. He asked me if I could move over. I'm asking for a swap because I was a bit quicker than him. Jimmy, all jokes aside, back to you.
Josh Rose out on the left here, edge of the box, fancies the ball. Sutherland. Jeremy Brocky steaming in. Edgeworth could have fashioned a third there for a 3-1 lead into half-time. Possession change now. Weston looking upfield through Hurley. Misplaced pass there. The short passing game of Edgeworth worrying the visitors. Good communication, plenty of talk. I said before Edgeworth scored that they sounded a little bit quiet, but I'm hearing plenty of talk now, and Jeremy Brocky, booming voice amongst his team. He wants a third. 2-1 here. Lovely bit of skill there. Important interception from Hurley. Niakuru chasing. Hurley in the thick of it at the moment. Can't get away from the ball. Niakuru playing through Mohammed. He'll fancy himself from here. Takes a deflection. Corner for the visitors. Looking to find that equaliser heading into half-time.
You can see, Jimmy, with the inclusion of the big guns, Morris in particular, going up for this corner, they'll be particularly keen to get one before half-time, and if they were to do that, that'd give them a big shift coming into the second half.
Absolutely. Hurley swings it in. Calls for a corner. It's given a goal kick to the home side.
And you can see Morris's intent right there. No matter where it was going, he was going to be on the end of it.
He is a presence in that box, Morris. Towering above the rest. Edgeworth holding on to their 2-1 lead nicely here. Weston haven't been without their chances. Hurley up again. Nicely played. Niankuru could be on for a brace here. He's pinged for offside.
Jimmy, you might have had a better view than that from this angle here, but it looked pretty close.
Definitely,
and that was only a tailway.
I don't hear too many arguments. Play. Out for a throw in for the home side. Edgeworth looking to build some pressure here. Hold on to their 1-goal lead going into half time. Three points a little bit harder so far this season. Sutherland collected on the box there, clean tackle. Hurley put on an island, as they'd say. Awarded the throw in. Contentious amongst the Edgeworth players. Given a free kick actually. Launch upfield. Just too long there for Rose. He's asking all the right questions, Rose. Architect of that first goal there. Niankuru. Good pressure there. Crafty with his feet, just controlling the midfield there. Looks to play Mohammed. Just slightly off the pass. He'll rue that one. Half-time whistle here. Jack McLaughlin Oval. 2-1 to the home side, Edgeworth Eagles. Capitalising on 2 chances through Jeremy Brocky. Looking dangerous whenever he's near the ball. And we might throw down to our sideline reporter, CT.
All the best to you here too, by the way, Jimmy. Here with Jeremy Brocky. Brox, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good now. After the first 20 minutes, we started a bit slow. Then as we made a little tactical switch with Rosie and Will, and the delivery starts getting there, and we get on the end of the box.
Yeah, in particular, you got on the edge of the box.
Yeah, it's nice. I think it's something we've been lacking in the last few games, is we're getting into good positions in wide areas, and the final ball's letting us down. So nice to have a old Wiley left foot on the left side there and putting a few balls in.
So doing this while you've got a smile on your face, my commentator mate, Jimmy Paris, it's his first day today. He's pretty much said you've done bugger all game, and then popped up twice at the right time.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how it goes as a striker. Sometimes you can work your balls off, be involved in everything, not score, and then you get hounded for not scoring goals. And then other games you can not be involved, and then get in there for the money shot. So
yeah, that's right. And all jokes aside, your kids up in Townsville. We were pointing out the runs that you're making off the ball and the work that you've got to do to get yourself in those right types of positions, and that's fairly key to be there when it matters.
Yeah, absolutely. If you keep making those movements, and we've got enough quality to put balls in those areas, and sometimes you get a little bit frustrated because they don't come, but it just starts putting defenders in two minds. Do they Do they drop the line or do they stay high, and then that's when you take advantage?
Well, 1 behind, 2-1 up half time. Must be happy. Get in there with your teammates and look forward to seeing you second half.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers. That's Jeremy Brocky right there. And Jimmy, for you, good news because he agreed. But all jokes aside, that the work that's being done off the ball is credit to be him finishing off where it matters. Look, at this game here for the Eagles, shaky start, 2-1 up, half time, as we've just said. We'll leave it there. Come back to you in about 10 minutes' time for an exciting second half.
The full-time result at Melrose was West Canberra 0, Wagga City Wanderers 0. So that's a good result for Wagga.
Yeah, it is. It's good. Good result on the road.
For a 4-2-1-3, it would seem on paper that we're looking at. Jacob Quinn starts in goal. Buddy Abbas right back.
Welcome back to Jack McLaughlin Oval. Two sides looking to resume with Edgeworth at a 2-1 advantage. We might just throw down quickly to CT here. What do you got for us, mate?
Yeah, mate, just listening to, chatting to people in the crowd there, they believe this one's far from over. So we see our special man Jared Sutherland on my left right there going past. He'll be a key for Edgeworth in the second period. But yeah, certainly the Western fans and faithful here are thinking this one is far from done. Looking forward to a very exciting second half. One of the key things for me is Western have to attack. There's no doubt about that. They need to attack. They need to get the next goal. That's really crucial. They get the next one. Who knows how the last 20 is going to pan out. Going up to you, Jimmy, and enjoy the second half.
Go on your CT. I got to hand it to CT. He just seems to the game doesn't start until he walks off the field. He doesn't care if a ball's been kicked. He will just be down there. Just looking at these fantastic scenes here with the rainbow. I almost reckon that you can see the pot of gold over on the right there. Is that not the end of the rainbow that I'm looking at just there? That's unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen that as the rain start coming in here at Jack McLaughlin. Looks like we're in for a wild and woolly second 45. Very exciting times here. Weston with the kickoff. CT says attack, attack, attack. I tend to agree. Oh. Niankuru. Starting the half right. It's in the back of the net. It's called for offside. Unlucky there. Niankuru with a break there. Finding his partner. Mustafa Mohammed, who thought he had the equaliser. Not to be. As the rain starts coming down here, Jack McLaughlin Oval. The pot of gold just over yonder in Glendale. Not often much. Not much of a pot of gold out in Glendale way, but Edgeworth marching their way upfield. Series of throw-ins. Just taking a step back from the elements here. Got my Sherpa jacket on, so I should be shielded. Turnover here, Weston looking to attack. Mohammed onto a loose ball here. In the left corner, takes on his man. He'll fancy himself from here, plays it in, centres it. Edgeworth just failing to clear their lines. Fallen at West's feet. He tries his luck. Forcing a fantastic save from Edgeworth keeper Josh Lowe there. Just planted his feet and let rip. Weston almost equalising with the spectacular. Awarded a corner. This game will come alive if we find an early equaliser to start the half. Edgeworth, Sutherland with the clearance. Shewell. Edgeworth looking to pressure here, playing it through the centre. Looking to go here, Brocky. Looking to play provider after scoring two of his own. Important. Weston snuffing that one out. Away for an Edgeworth corner. Edgeworth will be in prime position if they can find another goal here, moving to 3-1. Especially with the conditions coming over, it's going to be a hard lead to command. Edgeworth looking to swing it in. Going to the back post. Not enough Edgeworth jumpers in the frame. Clearance from Weston to the midfields. Hurley lurking. Mohammed as well. Seen away by the Edgeworth defence there. Call for a handball. Obliged by the referee. Free kick to Weston. Short play here, looking to play through the middle. Mohammed just losing track of the ball there. Dancing. Probing. Nyakuru already has one today. Asking plenty of questions of the Edgeworth defence. Unable to find a way through, but he's causing plenty of headaches. Plenty of chat here from Weston. Letting the ball do the work. Mohammed calling for it. Front third there. Gets it. Plays it back over to Hurley. Gets it out to his wing partner. Looking to put it on a platter. Back to Hurley. Hurley swings it in. Unmarked at the back. Post there, seen away. Edgeworth clear away to safety. Looking to march upfield. Plenty of space here. Weston with the turnover of possession. CT's over on the other side of the pitch. He's going to have a word for us. We might send it over to CT.
Thanks, Jimmy. Hope you can hear me okay. Jack, just give me a hand wave. Just when I'm cutting in and out.
There you go. Oh. CT, I think we've lost you there, mate, but yeah, plenty of hand movements, plenty of chatting. Thank you. I think you just dropped out a signal there with your wireless microphone technology. Not always the beneficiary of creativity. Back on the game now. Should we let him know? He's talking to no one. Maybe he's just getting practice. Edgeworth for the turn of possession here. Sutherland. Quick feet. Calls for a penalty. Unfounded, unfortunately. CT still over there chatting. We might need to signal to him that we've lost him. That's okay. Weston looking to play on the left here. Mishit by Shilwell. Weston just probing there. Important change of possession there. Edgeworth marching upfield. Brocky lurking in the box, looking for his third. Tries it from distance. Not this time. Change of possession here. Just noticing Will Bauer for Edgeworth. Definitely lurking up in the front third there. Making plenty of runs, asking plenty of questions of the Western defence. Will he pop up? Weston finding some joy on this left flank. Now for a throw-in. Looked pretty clear to me, that was out. Edgeworth with the throw-in. Much to the disdain of the parochial Western crowd over there. Quite loud, travelling all this way. Bauer. Calls for a foul. Referee agrees. Western crowd again, unhappy with that one. So you see CT cutting a lone figure, walking behind the goalpost there. Unsuccessful with his coach interview, unfortunately. But that's okay, we've got plenty of action on the pitch. Nyakuru looking for his strike partner, dancing. Those quick feet that have already produced one goal. Weston's only goal. Miss hit by keeper Josh Lowe, giving Weston a throw in dangerous areas. Handball called on Weston there. Edgeworth finding their creative outlet through Sutherland there. Played to the midfields. Jeremy Brocky. Ball over to him. He's going to get there. Sutherland looking to take on his defender there. Tries it from distance. Out to the right. The spectacular. Not so. Tried his hand there. You can't blame him. Just knocking the ball around now, Weston. Jeremy Brocky lurking. Since there might be a match bonus if he can secure a hat-trick here. He'll be hungry, that's for sure. Hurley looking out to his flank here. Plays in the ball behind. Brought down. Plays the ball.
Oh, Jimmy.
Through to his attacker. We might just throw over CT.
We're just going to take a quick second to interview and have a chat to our Edgeworth faithful guys. Are you enjoying the game, first of all?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Are you enjoying the game?
Yes.
That's the way. And who do you think is going to win?
Edgy.
Again, didn't hear you.
Edgy.
Edgy are going to win. Now, who's been taking most? I'm going to give you a quiz. Who scored the first 2 goals for Edgy? Rocky. Lollipops everywhere down here. And final score prediction?
3-0 Edgy. 3-1. They already scored.
3-1. As we're going down the far end, Jimmy, we're still okay to run just here for a moment. Now, you guys have got some parents over there. Who are your mums and dads?
Dean, Libby, and Eve.
And your dad, Dean, and I played together, yeah? Well, in fact, I coached him.
Yeah.
Did he tell you that?
No.
No, he probably wouldn't. Good man, safe to say that. Jimmy, we'll leave it right there, but the kids is enjoying the game. Weather's just starting to come down. Up to you. Again, looking forward to the last half an hour or more in the second half.
Man of the people, CT. Our sideline reporter there. Plenty of stories to tell when he's around. Some of them true as well. Weston with the ball on the halfway line. Still looking for that equaliser. Down 2-1. Home side. Jeremy Brocky scoring their 2 goals for Weston. Nigakuru very early in the match. Just not clicking for Weston at the moment. Misplaced passes. Turn over to Edgeworth. Turn over here. Weston through Nigakuru. He's given him plenty of headaches today. Mohammed finds his way into the box. Tries to square it. Away for a corner. Mohammed looking to take it quickly. Decides against it. Set piece here for Weston. Plenty of players in the box. Called by Josh Lowe. Steady hands. Up above the pack. He's been good, the Edgeworth keeper. Not much he could do about the first goal. Been solid since. Edgeworth playing it in behind there. Plays it in. Back post. Edgeworth knocking it around well. Finding plenty of creative outlets. Plenty of chat out there. Edgeworth telling their teammates where they want the ball. Nicely played there. Just a touch too long. Well shielded. Away for a Western goal kick. Hurley working his way through the midfield. Always working hard. Niankuru. Always alarm bells when he has the ball. McGlinchey plays it through. Smart little ball from Ahmed, who sprays it just wide. Opportunity there for Weston, just not capitalised on. McGlinchey, over 200 games of A-League experience. Arrived later in the season for Weston from the Scottish League. Brings with him plenty of experience. Time spent with Central Coast Mariners, Wellington Phoenix. Worthy. Huge asset for Weston in their finals push for season 2022. Edgeworth receive a throw in here. Game just slowing down a touch here. Edgeworth still with the lead, 2-1. Look threatening at times. Clearance away from Weston there. Mohammed up for it. Plays it back to McGlinchey. Unable to find the pass there. Just struggling to break through the Edgeworth defensive line there. They've been solid. There's Brocky. Already on a brace. He wants some more. Just playing it out the back there. Edgeworth on the flank now. Approached by McGlinchey. Low. Calls for a foul there. The home side let the referee know. Looked to be a blatant foul there. Will Bauer making the run. Just not finding the pass. Sutherland though. Cross into the box. Edgeworth. Brocky lurking. Mix up at the back. Brocky will fancy himself. Fashions a shot. Claimed by keeper Jacobs Aziz. He's capable of that, Brocky. Hurley working through the midfield for Weston here. Might be a touch of frustration that after scoring early in the match, haven't been able to go on with it. Edgeworth looking in control for a majority of this second half. The rain that once threatened now subsided. Ball through to Bauer. A little too long for him. Western goal kick. Long ball to Mohammed. It's bounced over the keeper. Mohammed lurking, gets a foot to it. Not enough. Edgeworth clear it to safety. McGlinchey trying to lift his teammates. Always on the ball. There he is. Plenty of options. Now on the flank here for Weston. Nicely played to Nyakuru. Caught in the corner there, Hurley. Calls for a foul. Sutherland doesn't care. Fashions a through ball to Bauer. Important interception there from the Western defence. Quick 1-2 here, Mohammed. Frustration from Western just starting to spill over. Long ball from Mohammed. Probably wasn't on. And his teammates let him know it. We have the great CT returning. Colourful CT. Unfortunately, we weren't able to hear you with one of your interviews over the other side, but that's okay. There'll be plenty of more of those to come. Goal kick here for Edgeworth. Substitution for Edgeworth for Sam Maxwell coming on. Nyakuru. Again causing problems with those fast feet of his. Bauer might get in front of his man here. He'll fancy himself. Calls for a penalty. Waved away. He might have had a case there, CT.
Yeah, good to be back here in the commentary where you can hear me. Yeah, nothing in that for me at all. Morris just got himself between here and himself and the ball and play on, and rightfully so. See, Weston
approaching the 18-yard box here. Whipped in, takes a deflection, claimed by Josh Lowe. Safe again. Finds his Speedy Gonzalez, Jared Sutherland. Hurley pressuring. Nicely played by Lowe there. Bauer definitely pressing hard to find his side's third goal. Making plenty of runs. Keeping the Western defence on their toes. Western just seem to be growing in urgency now. Maybe sensing that they need a goal sooner rather than later. Down 2-1 here. Of course, winless in the last month.
Interesting your comments midway through the second half on this man, Brocky. Jimmy caused some comments around the grounds. Daniel McBreen is one of them. He said, "You also tell Brocky." So now you've got a fan in McBreen. You also tell Brocky he was doing. I think he said something to do with the weather with the Ducks. No, not much at all. And then he put one on a plate for Rosie. So, yeah, you're not the only one that thought that.
You know, if I had the talent of Jeremy Brocky, I wouldn't be sitting up here with you, CT. So I definitely don't think he's a lazy player by any stretch of the imagination. With 2 goals to his name, putting his side in front here.
And what are you trying to say? The presence of me in the commentary position here,
I've heard you,
James.
I've heard you were quite a flashy player back in the day, but not as good
untouched
as when you got a microphone in your hand. I think, CT. You come alive.
I think I should be out there playing still with whatever it is I've got left, to be honest, if that's the case. Anyway, Edgeworth. Love the next goal here because that would take them to 3 and you'd think that'd be enough.
It'll be an important win for Edgeworth if they're able to take the 3 points here. Just solidifying their spot in the top 5. Not if Nyakuru has anything to do about it. Plays a ball in for Mohammed, just too long. They're linking up, but just not landing the final blow. Edgeworth looking to their flank here. Brocky on the edge of the 18 here. Ball into the box. Sutherland collecting. Edgeworth looking to camp themselves in the Western 18-yard box. Just a pause and play over on the far touchline. Can't exactly make out what's happening. Looks like an Edgeworth throw in regardless. Calls for a substitution here, Mohammed. Mohammed's hit the showers.
Just while that's happening, this is a message from Peter Haynes that we talked about him in the first half. So let's see this one come out. If it does. And that man there, Paulie Shikawa, is who Hainesy was talking about. And he said how good it is to see Paulie doing so well. He's one of the nicest guys going around. And he did a seriously big job as in his apprenticeship at Magic.
Edgeworth fashion a chance here. Back to you, CT. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, he did a great job in his apprenticeship at Magic without really getting his time to shine. Then he goes on, Hainesy, to say it's been a long road for Paul. But what an absolute legend, and he's so happy he's killing it at the top level. Credit to Bertos for spotting his talent and getting him in. And so that's the thoughts there of Peter Haynes, and rate his thoughts highly. And hasn't he done a great job? Yeah. Paulie Shikawa in the middle of the park for Weston. Very, very talented footballer. And a lot of the time goes underspoken. So we see Edgeworth into the box.
Important clearance here. May have injured himself. Bauer looking for his strike partner. Jeremy Brocky. He'd be looking for a hat-trick. There's no doubt about that. He's got the Midas touch. Substitution here for Edgeworth for Sutherland coming off. Archie Finn coming on for Sutherland. Looking to put the ball into the box. Brocky trying to shake his man. Just a touch too long. Keeps it in. Another cross could cause dramas here. Almost a free header for Edgeworth. Western escape with one there. Still looking for that equaliser. Edgeworth with a deserved 2-1 lead at the moment. But that can all change. Working hard. Brocky shakes his man. Looking to play provider. Hits back stick. Finds the head. Bauer. Point blank range. Just didn't get that connection he was looking for. Claim by Aziz.
Well, Bauer just should have done a whole lot better than that. Get some power behind it and couldn't do it. He'll be thinking about that one over the next couple of days and wish he could get that chance again because they don't come around often. Now we see Weston back on the charge.
Weston looking to turn defence into attack. And you're right, CT. It's not often you get a ball bounce up like that. Point blank range in the middle of the box. Had his time again. Maybe try to find a corner.
We did promise something special from Brad Wheeler in the first half, and we'll see if we can get a hold of him now. A warning to parents, if you want to turn the telly off, the tranny, whatever you've got on, turn it off because anything could happen here right now.
CT. Elmer Fudd and his mate did a break and enter at a liquor store. His mate said, "Is this whiskey?" And Elmer said, "It is wheelie whiskey, but it's even whiskier if you rob a bank."
Crowds in hysterics.
You sound like you actually said that a few times before, Wheels. That's quality. I've really got to get out of here, to be honest.
I think that'd be tough to say after a couple of lemonades. Bit of a tongue twister, that one.
Oh, wow. All right.
And there's just an example of a bit of fun you get to have here at Bar TV, here at Jack McLaughlin Oval.
Well, if you ever wondered about the upbringing of Chris and Pat Wheeler at home, there it is right there. Whiskey business in the Wheeler house.
Looks like a free kick here awarded for Weston. The captain's just been called out here for a quick chat. Substitutions being made, it seems. McGlinchey.
To be honest, Jimmy, I'm not going to sure if I can get that out of my head for the rest of the commentary. So, this is in a whiskey position.
This is.
For Edgeworth.
He thinks he could strike over here.
Morris might whack this one with his white foot.
All right, you're going to be carried away now, CT.
Sorry about that. Here we go. Not a bad range from Morrison. He is a spot specialist. Let's see how he goes.
He hits it, slips as he hits. Unlucky. Got good connection with it. Didn't ask too much of a question from keeper Josh Lowe. Saved it around his bootlaces. Not too many shots on target for Weston in this second half. That was a golden opportunity, although would have been a huge ask to score from there. But they need something. They need something out of the box like that. Down 2-1. Edgeworth just breaking away here. Brought down the box, calls for a penalty. Waved away to the crowd's disdain. Both sides finding plenty of green pastures, just goalless second half so far. Just sensing that the next goal will probably go on to win this game. If Weston get one, they could easily get two. Iffy ball here is Aziz, called out of position. Does well. Switch of play here. Weston, things are getting urgent now. Down 2-1. Shaking his man. Making inroads. We might just, at the end of this play, go over and hear CT, who has a foul awarded to Weston there. We might just quickly throw to CT.
Yeah, we've got the great, one of Northern's great referees here in Mark Coleman. But we'll get into this free kick first before we do that. Nathan Morris on the ball, pretty much identical spot that he was. Well, it is. There's his divot. He might use that as a tee even. He'll be very conscious not to do the same thing again, giving this one better attention, as is Josh Lowe. Wall gets set up, but for him, Morris, he's the guy that's going to pick a top left, top right hand spot, is where you'd think naturally right to left would suit in Lowe's top right hand corner.
Picks it out.
That's where it was headed, but Lowe equal to the task. And Mark Coleman. Well, it's me calling you, sir, over a lot of years, and now the tables are, yeah, look, you've been refereeing in this region for how long, mate?
It'd be 30 years it was, 25, this is 30 years, yeah. Yeah, I lost count.
And just before that, or around the beginning of that time, you had the fortune or misfortune of playing centre fullback with Warren Mills up at Garden Suburb, is that right?
Yeah, I can tell you that. I beat him. I was the only player that beat him for best and first 1 year. So but he missed about 3 or 4 games with the injury, so it made it a bit easier for me.
Now, you were known as the nice guy referee, always very fair. What was the key to your success in having everyone thinking, all right, well, now we've got Mark coming to ref us today? How is it that you made everyone feel like you're going to give it a fair go? What was your secret to success?
I have no idea. I just treated players with respect and just hope they had an enjoyable game. That's all we were after.
have an enjoyable game and make sure everybody walks off the park. And that's all I wanted to do.
From my point of view, I remember you refereeing lots of games that I played in, and as you've just naturally called offside and the flag goes up simultaneously. Yeah, you've refereed lots of games that I personally played in, and I felt like you gave me a few sneaky ones I probably shouldn't have got, as we see Brocky. Jimmy.
Brocky hunting for that third, plays in Bauer, tries his luck. Is this equal to the challenge, Brocky?
And whether that was the case or not, Mark, just the fact that you made players feel like they were going to get a fair go was a credit to the way you refereed.
Thanks very much, mate. But all I thought was that if a player was going for the ball and battling for the ball, well, you give them a chance to have a bit of a battle. And if they were the strongest, won the battle, fair enough. And that's what I thought.
And this refereeing gig is not an easy one, because not everyone wants to do it, because you're the first person to get a gob full when things don't go right.
Absolutely, but you expect that. You know, like you're not going to make decisions that please everybody. The only person you're supposed to please is yourself. And if you're honest to yourself, well, you're going to be a good referee. And the young fella out here today, Andrew Higgins, he's probably pretty top class. He's not a bad bloke, and he's doing a good job today.
Yeah, he sure is, and Higo is one of the referees we've got that has been a successor of yours, and no doubt you've been a role model of his. As we see Edgeworth back on side, Jimmy.
Bauer with a one-on-one chance here. He'll fancy himself, gets another chance, calls for a penalty. Given, obliged. Edgeworth awarded a penalty. Will Bauer taken down in the box. Brocky will step up to complete his hat-trick. Oh, will he give it away?
Well, we'll get marks here. We'll just get him right on the spot. In my view, and some yellow or red, you've gone for...
I went for yellow. Well, I called red first, but when I looked at it and what Andrew done, he just kept the play. He kept the player on the park, which is good. And the player didn't actually mean to trip him. I don't think he just clipped him the ankle and he was running past him. So that's a good decision. Great decision.
Jimmy, back to you. We'll let you call this one in or out.
I'm going to go in. I'm backing Will Bauer in here. He had a chance earlier in the match, and he rectifies it. Sends this the wrong way, finding the bottom left corner. Brilliantly taken. Edgeworth go 3-1 up. They're in cruise control now. The home side.
Well,
pole position.
An absolute pleasure to have us here with Mark Coleman in a job that's difficult to do, but everyone loves to play the game that we play. Thank you from everyone in the last 25, 30 years for your contribution as a ref and being a good bloke to boot.
Thanks a lot, mate. See you later, CT. It's good to see you again, mate. Very good. See you.
Cheers, Mark Coleman. What a great man to have in the commentary booth right here, just being in amongst the punters there. The hundreds of games, hundreds and hundreds and probably thousands he has officiated in Northern football, and you know, they slide in and then they slide out, so to speak, and you know, what a great job this one has done over such a long period.
Absolutely. Just the people skills from CT to bring us all different types of personalities from around the game. Edgeworth, I'd love a fourth here. Get that goal differential back in the positives. Played in here. Weston just standing back. Calls for a foul. If things weren't urgent before, Weston, they'll need to step things up now. Down 3-1. This could help. Tommy Duggan, break on the left. Weston needs shirts in the box. Tommy tries his luck. Came flashing through, but saved by keeper Josh Lowe. Weston very nearly closing the gap there, pegging one back. But Edgeworth survived the scare. 3-1.
This man, Brocky's had bugger all to do all game, but Lowe did then, as we see Brocky just get himself shaped up.
Say that. Brocky on the golden chance to secure his hat-trick. Would love to have his time again and pick out the other corner. Has a smile on his face.
Yeah, and great save from Lowe at the other end, so A little change around in score lines. That could have been.
Strong foul from Hurley there. Frustration spilling over for the Western side. They can feel the game slipping away. Edgeworth. Pole position to collect the 3 points here today, which will mean the world of good to this season's finals race, heating up. Round 15, of course. Calls for a foul. I think Western, they're going to have to think outside the box here if they're going to try salvage a point here or even win. CT, you said at halftime, if they're going to win today, they need to attack. Have they been doing that?
Look, I think they've respected their shape that they've played in. They've held their 4-4-2 pretty well through the game, and then a push through the middle of the park. To answer your question, I'd like to see them, as the game goes on and you're going to lose, you need to get riskier, and you need to then just take some players on one-on-one where you maybe have dropped it inside or been a little bit more predictable. You want your key players in the top third of the park to take more risk. That's probably, for me, Jimmy, what's missed.
And they need to take more whisk.
I let it go. You should too, mate.
I think it actually just left your head, and I brought it back. That's okay. Running jokes here.
I saw Brad Wheeler in the background just as you were saying it. It's just all falling apart here.
Throw in for Weston. Back to Morris. Plays it back. Cool as you like. Edgeworth defense has been exceptional today. Not letting much through, not giving Weston too many chances in this match. Nee and Kuru grabbing their sole goal. Looks dangerous whenever he's on the ball. Substitutions here for Edgeworth. A couple of the younger players coming on for Edgeworth. Just another shining example of the production line of talent they have out here. Weston, they're going to need something special here. A foul will help. Wanted to take it quickly, decided against it. Niyakuru steps up, plays it back. I suspect he's going to need to be involved if there's some sort of a comeback for the visitors. Morris lurching forward. Out to the flank here. He'll rue that opportunity. Chance for a cross. Gone begging. Edgeworth for the throw. Bauer holding his man. Turnover with Hurley on the ball. Plays it through. Since the urgency is picked up for the visitors, they know things are getting desperate. Morris tries from distance. Can't blame him. They need something out of the box. They need something special.
Yeah, not at all, to be honest, especially that it's a bit wet. We've had some rain, so it's a little bit greasy, the ball, and he got over it. You never know. Test low as we see him thump that one back up the park. Only as far as Rose. And expecting that Edgeworth will go on with this one 2 minutes left in regular time. We see Snedden now starting to force the issue that we were talking about 5 minutes ago, Jimmy, but probably too little too late.
Yes, it looks like the home side's done enough to claim all 3 points today. Important 3 points for Edgeworth, where wins have been few and far between by their lofty standards to begin the season.
We'll see if we can get a hold of Pete McGuinness after this one, so stay with us. Get down on the park. Won't go right over the far side of the field. Apologies earlier, that one didn't work, but we'll get 3/4 of the way off. There's a plastic shield that's disconnecting the transmitter to receiver, so we'll get a little bit closer, then it'll work. Get a hold of Ginno, get his thoughts on this victory, provided things don't go pear-shaped in the next 3 minutes in extra time.
No, don't think that'll be happening. Weston had their chances in the first half, haven't created much in the second. They'll rue some opportunities. Nigakuru tried his hardest, controlling that midfield. Just not enough to help the visitors to 3 points today. Edgeworth looking to be worthy winners. Turnover here, nicely played. Tommy Duggan, plenty of skill. Looking to take his man on. Tries the back heel, wasn't on. Edgeworth will fancy themselves one more here. Brocky needs one more for his hat-trick, of course. Play it down here. There's a chance. Squares it up. Brocky calling for it in the middle of the box. His eyes are lit up. Foul on Tommy Duggan there.
Jimmy, just before I go downstairs, mentioned before, special guest next week up at Charlestown. Home game Charlestown. Look forward to seeing you up there. He's going to be Reen Ferguson, one of the players coming back into the Charlestown squad. He committed yesterday afternoon after a couple of lemonades. He'll be there. Genuine feature for us on Bar TV to have someone of his calibre. He's right in the slot. He'll tell us what he's thinking about his side and the chances of premiership. And looking forward to having Reno with us next weekend. Check your details for the time and day for that one, because I just don't have them to hand at this second. But looking forward to having Reen Ferguson join us on Bar TV next weekend. And I will go down and catch up with Peter McGuinness. Stay with us.
And it's ominous signs. Charlestown Azzurri already unbeaten in the Northern New South Wales NPL, sitting atop of the ladder. If they didn't have enough talent, they go and sign Reen Ferguson and Taylor Regan, ex-Newcastle Jets. Strengthening their premiership credentials. There's a shot there from Weston that seemingly came from nothing. Peg one back late in the match to make it 3-2. An absolute rocket from the edge of the box. Maybe we spoke too soon.
Straight back into the commentary position just for the moment. So this does open it right up, and that speculator 3-2. Watch Weston go now. Hang on to your seats for the last minute.
That's all it took, but it's not enough. Weston pegged one back late. Unfortunately, not enough. The home side, Edgeworth, collecting their 5th win of the season, solidifying 5th spot there and moving to 16 competition points. Downing Western Workers 3-2. A brace from Jeremy Brocky. Will Bauer converting.
Welcome back to the AIS, where at half-time Gungahlin United lead Balcony United by 2-0. Southampton Marion and Will Roberts with the goals. I'm Russ Gibbsy, and Worthington is still with me at half-time. We were discussing the Panther burger that I had last night up on the balcony in the league table of food in Canberra. So it scored quite highly. You should get one.
I believe it's quite up there for you. Not having one yet, we've got to set good examples for the players at Monero Panthers and all be athletes, of course.
I set a very good example for the commentary team by not being an athlete and eating a burger. It was great. 2-0 here at half-time at Canberra as well. It's Tuggeranong United 0, Queanbeyan City 0 in the CPL. So that one, Tuggeranong having missed a penalty in the first half as well. Still up in the air, that one.
It is, and we'll keep listening along to see what's going on there as this second half goes on here at the AIS. The rugby league seems to have finished and people are going away, so we should be able to get out of here comfortably come the end of the Gungahlin Belconnen game.
Which Gunners lead, as I said, 2-0, but that doesn't tell the whole story of the first half. Balcony United hit the woodwork twice. Luke Valone with a backheel flick, and then Christian Kruskus with a rasping efforts that had Jacob Quinn clutching at thin air. So they all feel that they're in this still.
Definitely, 2-0's a dangerous scoreline, Russ, so I mean it could go either way in the second half.
Who will be the Kings of the North? Might well be Ian Worthington. He is the King of the North.
It's very kind of you to say so yet again. We'll try and keep that crown even after this game's finished.
Oh, they'll take it off you at some stage. Don't know many Northern people. Actually, it's Steve Fortress from Bolton as well, isn't he? He might take it off you.
He might, but probably not.
Let's see what Balcony United have got in response to being 2 down. Can they find a way through? Fayez, who was perhaps their most impressive player in the first half. Southam sends it forwards. Picked off by Hudson Marion. McLaughlin. Mickle. That's handball against St Maybury. What must be quite disheartening for Balcony is when he looks across Marcus Zukoski at the bench. On the other side, he sees Felipe Bernabeu Madrid, Nico Abbott, Michael John, and Jeremy Hudson and Nick Dowell stood there, waiting to get on.
And that's a great bench, isn't it? And there's some top players on there, which shows even further credit to the boys that are on the pitch at the moment and have their team 2-0 in front with a very dangerous free kick at the start of the second half.
Liam Mickle to take it. He's just going to lift it towards the far post. Roberts got a head on it. It will go out for a throw. I wonder if Marcel Munoz will empty the bench at some stage.
You would expect he'll freshen things up as the game goes on.
McLaughlin's touch thumped away by Kruskus doing the defensive work, and Jack Green's got acres to find Bernard Brenet. Have to go a long way and be hard pressed to find a more calm central defensive player than Rene and Jack Green.
Yeah, they've formed that partnership, haven't they? They know each other very well and been at Gungahlin for a while, and yeah, they seem to trust each other pretty well.
Hudson Marion scored the opening goal. Fayez got a foot in. And Rene will go back to his keeper, Jacob Quinn.
The Gungahlin bench is up from the beginning, doing its warm-up, and you would expect to see one or two players fairly soon, but as back on the attack are Gungahlin.
Yeah, Buddy Abbas has managed to get in behind and he's tried to take on Michael Southam, but that was a bit ambitious. Telegraphed it. Hudson Marion has it. Roberts forced away from the goal by Southam. Riley Brown's there to help out as well. Gunners' very first match in the NPL competition when they came in was against Belconnen in 2015. They came out on top in that one by 4-2. Ironically, before today, Ian, the Gunners had actually scored twice. They scored in the 37th minute of their previous 2 matches. Well, they waited till the 42nd 20 seconds this time. But again, like I mentioned in the first half, they have scored again twice inside the first half.
Yeah, another 2 goals before half-time. Becoming a good habit that they've got themselves into, and putting opponents on the back foot for sure.
It's the 5th time this season in all competitions that they've scored twice in the opening 45 minutes. Looking to add to it here with Kichenko, Hampton Marion. Touch took him into the path of the corner. Roth's looking to win it back. Kreska's still well, it's still found its way to McLaughlin inside the area here. Tom McLaughlin, knowing in a blue double shirt, wants to make the challenge, of course. He might still be angry he didn't get a penalty in the first half. Rathjen swings it into the area.
He'd have every right to be angry he didn't get a penalty in the first half. It was a definite penalty. Probably still in shock, sat there in the dressing room at half-time, wondering why on earth it wasn't given. But fortunately, his team for Tommy McLaughlin are still 2-0 to the good.
Abbas, who's loving life as an attacking player today, he's getting involved a lot. He's copped a knock there on that occasion.
And that's it. If you can pin Kreska's back, it allows Abbas to come forward, which he has done on several occasions.
Kichenko for Mickle. He's created space here, Mickle, and he's looking to find Rathjen stretching. Was Kreska's defensively. Needs a break on here for Valone. Well, that's a kick in. It's in the middle of the park. Sorry, it's Max Green. He's changed his boots at half-time, it looks like. And there's a couple of cards there. Was there one for Green as well?
There was for his retaliation, yes. Just a yellow.
There was one for McLaughlin, I think, and there was one for Green for his retaliation. He had a kick out. Threw me because he had his orange boots on the first half. He changed his footwear in the incident. Did you do that very often?
No. But I wore a pair of white boots once. Someone nearly did my ankle in and I never wore white boots again.
You only had one pair of boots, didn't you?
No.
One pair of boots and a pair of boots to way down the pit.
This isn't Sheffield.
Max Green, frustrated. So we think Tom McLaughlin got a card there. We also think that Green received a yellow as well. Chris Fayers over the free kick, as he was for most of the first half. 4 dark blue shirts are being well outnumbered by those in black and white over there on that far side. Fayers is going to lift it in that general direction anyway. It's a good ball in. It was won by Green on the far post.
He was headed back very well as well to keep it in play, and just they weren't really set up to come in on the end of that chance.
Mickle
got out of that very well, Gungarland.
And he's found Rene, who's found Gaspari, who can go long and early. He's going to get a second bite of the cherry. Gaspari finds Roberts. Rathjen. Abbas. Gaspari. Bit of keep ball for the Gunners. Rene, loose one, picked off by Kreskas. Now can he get up through the gears? Christian Kreskas. Still going. The 1-2 with Green. Might break here for Chris Ray, who drives it goalwards and forces the save. Green on the rebound, pulls it back, and there's one back there. Surely no.
And how's that stayed out?
Valone's headed it wide when all he needed to do, it seemed from here, was nod it in.
I think Malone thinks he's going to go back across the keeper, and instead the keeper's not actually got across, and he's missed the target altogether. Great run from Kreskas, great move from Belconnen, and that would have got him back in the game. There's a change going on, and Robert Chichenko's come off near side to us.
Couple of changes. Will Roberts replaced by Felipe Bernabeu Madrid. Jeremy Hampton-Marion replacing Robert Kichenko. So that'll be a change in formation.
And with that change, you wonder what Michael Zakowski's going to do. You know, he talks about the culture that he's going to bring to Belconnen and the youth he's bringing through. But now it's about getting back into the game and trying to get a point or three out. So is he going to stick with his guns, or is he going to have to make the change?
Riley Brown was in that challenge. Kreska's battling away for it. The whistle finally goes, and it will be a Blue Devils free kick. Opportunity to perhaps swing this into the penalty area. Started the second half lively, and that's perhaps why those changes were made by Marcel Mullins.
It's what you would expect the Belconnen players to do, isn't it? You know, they've got to go out there 2-0 down, get back into this game, and some very, very good chances early on to do that. Just not converted any of them yet.
Fayers over it, more Blue Devil shirts to aim for this time. Flooding the penalty area. Can he deliver? Fizzes one towards goal. It's dipping, and Quinn was forced to palm it over the bar.
And again, that delivery with the right foot from Fayers has caused him down problems, and you just wonder when he's actually going to be able to turn one of those chances into a goal.
Well, he's looking like a very tidy acquisition from Marcus Sikorsky at the moment, Chris Fayers. And he's on this corner as well. Looking to deliver something once more. It's a deeper effort. It's going to come for Southam, beaten to it by Green. Chris Ray to take the throw. Launch it into the penalty area. Jeremy Hampton away. Fauna couldn't get a proper touch on it. Bernabeu Madrid can find Southampton Marion. 4 gunners in this attack, but Southampton Marion goes backwards. Don't need to score again.
Well, I was going to say, that's not a bad thing. They just want to retain a bit of possession again, don't they? But that's a superb diagonal ball.
And Jack Green for Southampton Marion. Not the first time in his career he's pinged one of those, Jack Green.
Yeah, give him the time, he can do it very well.
Rafton. Jeremy Hampton Marion. But Connor Field, they're still in this. Kreskus.
They're certainly giving it a good go.
Driving run from Christian Kreskus once again. Arguably they should have scored, Luke Verlaine. Still perplexed as to how that didn't go in. And he probably is as well, to be honest. Here's a chance for Nickel at the other end. He's stretching away. Look for the cutback for Bernabeu Madrid. Again, you ask the question, unselfish of course, but maybe he could have pulled the trigger.
Yeah, he didn't want to hit it with his left foot, did he? Rather than he'd rather cross the ball and look for Bernabeu Madrid, and didn't happen for them. Game's very stretched at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, spaces all over the park. If either team can exploit them. Rafton, Gaspari, Bernabeu Madrid, Gaspari again looking for the run of Mickle, who's got in between 2 Blue Devils here. Green's vacated his defensive posts to join the attack. McLaughlin has it. Bernabeu Madrid. Green as an auxiliary left winger. Maybe should be able to clear. And now maybe Max Green can get on his bike. Away from Gaspari, not away from Rene. Gaspari's back there to win it again.
Rene and Gaspari have done well there. Good recovery and just a needless push.
He's already on the card, Max Green, so Gaspari had a bit of a shove first, and then Max Green with a 2-handed shove again, and this will be a last warning, you think, from Bruno Count and Max Green.
But there was a difference. Gaspari just gave him a bit of a nudge as they were both close to the ball, and then Green's decided to blatantly push in. And look, Gaspari's bright, and he knows what's coming with that type of thing. Good player, played at a decent level, and he'd be used to taunting his opponents.
He'd be well aware that Max Green's on the yellow card as well.
Definitely.
Just a little bit of a calm down for both. Bruno Kell, good officiating. Let's take the heat out of that moment.
There wasn't much heat in it, was there really? There wasn't what they call a coming together, or it was sorted out very, very quickly, and we carry on.
With a bass. Southampton Marion. Deep delivery, too deep in fact. Chris Ray doing the defensive work. He's done that very well indeed. Can he pick her up and forwards? Blown's touch, gets it back from Fayers. Green's chasing that, but Jack Green, far too much time for him. Still a feeling here, Ian, I don't know if you feel it as well, that perhaps if Belconnen could get one back here, they're in with a shout, getting something from this match.
And that's why they've had a good push of it at the start of the second half. And like you said before, very unfortunate not to get on the score sheet. Looks like there's a change as well for Belconnen now.
First of the match for him, Harry Menham. Will come on for Marcus Zukoski. Adam Fauna makes way.
We spoke about good young players coming through Canberra earlier on today, Russ, and Harry Menham is another one who's highly regarded in the region and looking to impress in the NPL.
Well, he's normally a left back, isn't he? So I wonder if he'll slot into that left wing back position, and that will free someone to go a bit in field more. Riley Brown is in there at the moment. Fayers plays it around the corner. Chris Ray got to on it again.
Well, Menham's gone to the.
They've gone back to a back four.
Yeah, it looks like they have, because Menham's currently at left back.
Is Mickle dancing past Maybury? Not getting past Southam, so it looks like they've gone to 4 at the back.
They've gone to 4. Crescas has stayed on, and Crescas looks like he's gone play left side of midfield, but they still currently look like they've got 2 up front.
It's not a 4-4-2, is it? Yeah? Surely not.
4-4.
No, does anyone play 4-4-2?
There was an old England manager who played 4-4-2. Mike Bassett.
Changes. Michael John, Nico Abbott about to come on. Sam Hudson-Man making way. Is one of them. Nico Abbott's come on for him. And Michael John is going to come on for... Who is it? Tom McLaughlin from walking behind the goal. So they 4 of the benches on. Some of the big hitters. Nico Abbott's playing his second match since returning to the country.
Yeah, in pretty much the same way as they did it last weekend. They brought Jeremy on at half-time last week instead. But fresh legs and some quality in there as well, as we know.
Ray's launcher on forward for Lone will be interesting. Quinn should take it under pressure. Not a given though by the goalkeeper. He's done well there. Looking to the setting sun as well.
Yeah, it's a bit easier on his eyes than it was in the first half, but still a decent, difficult ball to deal with, should I say, as if you've got a striker coming towards you.
Hampton around finds Mickle. Bernard Bowman-Dritt's gone through the middle. Southam got a foot on it. Found Maybury. Brown. Nice exchange of passes. Now here's Chris Ray. Looking to take on Josh Gaspari. Showing some strength. He's put some case through the legs today, isn't he? Chris Ray up and down.
Yeah, he is. He's working hard on this near side now as we look at it.
Won it back again from Jack Green, and now he's up and running in the other direction. Can he get delivery into the penalty area? Bernard Renee got a touch on it, and it won't stay in play.
Apparently not. Apparently it's gone out, and it's a corner, and look, Belconnen are going to have to strike soon to make this game a contest, with always the risk that Gungahlin are going to catch them on the counter-attack, which they're so good at doing, is to pile those attacking bodies forward. Even with the changes, or even more so with the changes that Munoz has made, they're likely to always grab a goal.
Fayers to deliver. Swings it towards the far post. Southam climbed for it. He's going to get the second chance here. Southam to wrap his foot around it. Dig it in the middle. Max Green just over his head. Now here's a break for Gungahlin. And they are flooding forward in numbers here. It's 4-on-3. I think we're 3-on-3 at the moment. We'll be 4-on-3 in a minute. Nico Albert finds Jeremy Hampton-Man. Is this another? One into the other in the blink of an eye. Brilliantly done. Jeremy Hampton-Man, cool as you like. And Gungahlin have probably wrapped this one up.
Well, it's not as though we don't know what we're talking about, Russ, is it? We were just mentioning susceptible to the counter-attack. Breaks from the corner. So quick. And a great run. And a lovely finish from Jeremy as well. Really composed. When others have crossed during this afternoon's game, he took that on. Brilliant finish. 3-0.
Good run from Nico Abbott as well, his first run involvement, and calmly done by Jeremy Hampton-Man. Cuts it inside and rolls it in the corner. 3-0 and possibly game over here. Been a massive goal at Canberra, and it's gone to the home side. Sam Walker has scored. It's Tuggeranong United 1, Queanbeyan City 0 in the race for promotion at the top of the CPL. That, if it stays that way, we'll see Tuggeranong United 7 points clear.
Mitch Stevens doing a great job, isn't he? I mean, he did a great job. He's a good coach, Mitch, and done a great job. Was unfortunate last season, but he'll be wanting to get back in MPL1 as soon as he can.
And they are halfway through the season and sitting pretty at the moment. Still half an hour to go in that one though. So time for Queanbeyan City, who have been masters of the late goal in the CPL this season, so they're still in that contest. Green swept that wide in. Kreskus going to cut in field again. Still going Kreskus, he's bouncing off players, Christian Kreskus. That almost broke for Max Green. Trailing necks there as well, Christian Kreskus jumped over.
Yeah, he did. He's so determined in trying to get his shot off that he probably didn't think about that one trailing leg would mean a penalty.
He is such a difficult player to stop when he's in full stride, isn't he? Because he's got that slow centre of gravity, strong upper body. You can't bounce off him, and rapidly quick as well. Defender's worst nightmare.
He is. I mean, if Gungahlin did anything well, I suppose they showed him into traffic there because he loves the space to run into. But strong also.
Abbott skids a foot overhead of Ray. Can't keep that in play. Balcon found himself 3-0 down. He woodworked twice and missed an absolute sitter. Some days you look at it and think, well, it's just not our day, is it?
No, it's not, and it hasn't been on several occasions for Balcon this season. But you know what? You create those chances. You've got to convert those chances. Otherwise, at this level, you get punished at the other end, and that's what Gungahlin can certainly do.
And they have been well worth it in terms of what they've done themselves. And they might not be finished yet. But about Madrid, what they have got is a squad full of players who are hungry for goals. Green finds Abbots. Green. It's come off of Riley Brown. It might fall for Bernabeu Madrid. Did he use an arm there?
It seemed to be handball straight away as he lifted it. And
he's Colombian and not Argentinian, so it wasn't quite the hand of God.
Yeah, well, we're in that time of year, aren't we, as well? It reminds us, World Cup, but not this year. Decided to
wait till summertime for us, winter time for everyone else.
That's right, yeah. The Australians and the English will be going at it, and the Italians will be watching from their own homes. That's me sacked at Monero Punk, isn't it?
Did they not qualify?
Apparently they didn't qualify, but they won a game last summer, which we keep being reminded of. But
I thought it was a 1-1 draw.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott. He is Argentinian. Ball swept wide. Menem got the header away. Michael John comes with his shin. They're great for Australian football. The Socceroos got themselves to the World Cup, and they've got themselves a nice easy group of France, Denmark and Tunisia.
Yeah, in the same way that Italy apparently won the Euros on a penalty shootout, but when you're trying to qualify for a major tournament, then you get it any way that you can, and hopefully it's going to raise the profile of football in Australia further.
Well, you'd hope so. Hopefully they haven't looked at those kick-off times yet for those three matches. Hopefully they're reasonable.
9 o'clock against Tunisia. They're actually getting up in the middle of the night.
Well, that's one out of three.
Mm-hmm.
We're all used to getting up in the middle of the night there for football in Australia, unless of course you're watching the NPL. In which case it's the best time of day.
It's a beautiful Sunday evening.
Gaspari over the top, Bernabeu Madrid offside. And then whacks it away anyway. I think he'll give himself a yellow card for that though.
No, another ball came in pretty quickly as well, and Balcon want to get things moving again.
3-0 if you've just tuned in. Halfway through the second half. Goal scored by Jeremy Hampton-Marion to add to one scored by Sam Hampton-Marion in the first half from Will Roberts. Here's Mickle looking for Abbott.
Yeah, Mickle could have just put the ball in behind for Bernabeu Madrid there was a massive hole in the middle of Belconnen's centre of defence.
Michael John. Rathjen. Looking to play it in. Tired of the clearance that one by Southam. Rathjen. Back for Gaspari. Game management mode now, perhaps for Gungaran.
And they're very capable with the players they've got on the pitch, aren't they? There's quite a lot of experience out there. They'll still get the chances, you know, even though they're being patient with the ball now, they'll still get those chances as the game concludes.
Needs a pointless stat for you, but one nice inning. When Gungaran beat Belconnen at round 3 this year, at McKenna, it was 3-0. Sam Hampton scored the first goal, Jeremy Hampton scored the third goal. The 3-0 up here today. Sam Hampton scored the first goal, Jeremy Hampton scored the third goal.
There you go. You're a man of many good stats, aren't you?
Some would say rather pointless. I feel it adds to the excitement.
Jamie and Sammy are probably grateful that you've remembered down and
quirks of fate that you get in football sometimes. It's the second time the brothers have scored in a game this season, and both against Belconnen. Mickle. It's Mickle again. Should say though that on the way round, I should have mentioned last time, when they were at McKellar, it was Sam that came off the bench to score. It was Jeremy that came off the bench this week.
Yeah, Sam's doing very well at the moment, isn't he? He's keeping his place, he's keeping some top players out the team. Or his Munoz rotating around, knowing that he's got quality and depth throughout the squad. That is a possibility. But I mean, when you're leaving the likes of Bernabeu Madrid out the side, then you know, I wonder what he might be thinking, because surely he wants to play one foot all of the time. He's a quality striker and scored a lot of goals within his career.
5 starts for Southampton and 5 sub-appearances this season, 4 goals. It's not a bad return. And his second of the campaign against the Blue Devils. Benham reads the intention there, leaves it behind, but gets it back again. Fayers finds Brown.
And this is the difference between the two sides, you know. There's a lot of experience and quality that Gungaran can bring on, and there's some good players in Belconnen's in squad, don't get me wrong, but I mean, the depth is young.
Green. And lifted over the top for Mickle, inviting him into the area, pulls it back for Bernabeu Madrid. Ball charged down by Southam, I think it was, as Mabry hooks up and away. Half chance for Bernabeu Madrid.
Sometimes wonder whether that comes with match fitness. You know, he gets onto that a bit quicker and hits it first time if he's match fit, and if he's not getting his games, then doesn't come as easily.
Rathjen. Southam got the toe in. Prescus. Fayers. Union early, and you missed the scores from elsewhere in the Women's Premier League. The 12:45 kickoff was West Canberra Wanderers 0, Moorgate City Wanderers 0. In the Capital Premier League, Tottenham United lead Quinion City at the top of the table, crashed by 1-0. It's 3-0 here. Points looking pretty secure for Gungaran United at the moment. Elsewhere, Gungaran United 1, Canberra United Academy 2. And it's finished at Deakin, where Canberra, Croatia beat Tuggeranong United by 8 goals to 0. There's a striker goal from Valone. And after Canberra drew 1-1 with Balcony yesterday, that's opened up a gap at the top for Croatia. Defending champions. Here's Leon Mickle going through the gears at the other end. In the men's MPL, Bernabeu Madrid away from Maybury. Chris Ray back to help out his fullback.
And now Gungahlin clearly seeing the game out, you know, creating the odd chance here and there, but the percentages in the game are clearly in Gungahlin's favour.
Bernabeu Madrid finds Gaspari. Jeremy Hampton tried to turn Crescas. Fayers plays it for Max Green, who's asked an awful lot of Valone. Too much, in fact.
It is, and it's good to see that Fayers is still trying to get on the ball even at this stage. He's trying to do things for Belconnen. You've got to feel for him a little bit.
That's Marion. Challenge comes in. Max Green.
Still feels a little bit subdued and gone a bit quiet, hasn't it, in the game? Another spark of life.
At the moment, Gungahlin United cruising towards the 3 points that will put them into second on the ladder. 15 minutes to go in this one. That will put them on to 20 points. Goal difference of plus 12, which would be the same as the Panthers, and they'll be a point clear of Monera. 4 behind Canberra, Croatia. Will lead the way, and those two will go toe-to-toe next week. Panthers, meanwhile, will look for a bounce back themselves when they visit O'Connor Knights, who had a really good win yesterday against Tigers. Valone has come off of Renee. He's going to try his best to keep that in, but Renee even at 3-0.
Yeah, good work ethic. And now I think Gungahlin, it'll be about keeping that clean sheet as well. Big emphasis on keeping it at 0.
They will feel with the strike power that they've got that they can take it to Canberra, Croatia next week.
Definitely be very interesting to see what team is put out for that game, whether he goes for the more experienced players or, you know, whether he sticks with what he's got, because it's clearly working today.
Failures to swing in the delivery, drops it onto the head of Quinn, who needs to deal with it, palms it away for a corner on the other side. His delivery is very good, Chris Fayers. Jumping across to Props, take over the duties for this one.
He's been dangerous with those deliveries all day. Just unfortunately for Belconnen, they've been caught on the counter-attack and ball's gone in at the other end.
Crescas made himself half a yard. Ray can pull it back for Fayers. How's his strike? Not too bad. Quinn busy, and he needed to keep hold of it because Valone and Green were loitering.
He went through a crowd as well, didn't he, I think? So it was lovely strike.
He's a clean, crisp striker of the ball, isn't he? Gaspari. Gave it away, but he's doing his level best to get it back again. With a little bit of help from Nick Rathjen, they've done just that.
And they work so well together, don't they, to regain the ball on the transition.
Green for Bernabeu Madrid. Abbott's peeled over to the right-hand side. Hasn't been involved too much since he came on, other than the assist for the goal. Green. Hampton Marion. Jack Green once more. Pins it crossfield to Benny Bass.
Yeah, once more, when you allow him to do.
Just taking whatever sting is left out of this game. With a bit of keep ball. even then, but Renee gets it back. Up to Marion. Rathjen. Bernabeu Madrid. Caught by Zach Maybury, free kick from Garland. Not be in much of a hurry to get anybody forwards to support this.
No, and you look at Belconnen, they're all pretty much in the defensive third, slightly coming out, but coming out to halfway.
And that's loose from Rene, and he's presented it to Luke Valone. He have to do it all on his own. Valone goes for the lob. Accuracy not there for him.
And what they've done
And good header from the tall Hayden Matthews. Got some height, this young side. Considering they're all under 20. Sutherland trying to find a way through. Can't do so. They win possession back. Cox pumped it out to Andrew. Andrew back towards the middle. And they'll have another turn. O'Shea got the foot on it. Neil. Oh, shot! Oh, saved by Pavlicic. Still not out. Might be a free kick. No, referee happy with that. Trevor Clear's looking for Smith, who can't bring it down off the head. All right. Sutherland not happy with a couple of calls there. Adonis trying to win out. Grimaldi turned it over. Kicked the ground there. Now that could be a yellow card for challenging behind. He did get him. It wasn't his intention, but he'll go in the book. And that's exactly what Sutherland were referring to. So again, it'll be Lindsay with the free kick on his left. Goes toward the far post. Off a Sydney FC head. Will be a quarter. Lindsay again. Towards the spot. Oh, good work, Grimaldi. Shot comes on, though. Oh, flying through. Was Baldacchino trying to get a head on it. Not too far away, but far enough to see a goal kick. So it's full time at Sydney United. Blacktown City with the 3 points. Another strong challenge. A shade of Adonis. Well read from Priestman, who sends Smith through. Contagiani in front of him. Oh, gets it back from Kucharski. Sutherland clear just in time. Hayden Matthews. To Priestman. Seems to have recovered from that ankle knock earlier. Schreiber. Oh, Smith on the turn. Oh, that's lovely again from Sydney FC. Here's a chance for 3! Segachich with a brace. Sydney FC with 3. And they're flying. The Young Sky Blues. Sydney FC 3. Sutherland Sharks 0. And again, they just move the ball so swiftly. Lovely interchange play. A good turn from Smith. And Segachich found his way into the box. And past Kremenkel and no free kick. to be careful here. Sutherland, they're obviously frustrated. They're 3 down. Chasky. Oh, look at that! Oh, it was so close to a wonder goal. Well, what do you know about that? That would have been something. That would have put the dagger into the hearts of Sutherland Sharks. Lindsay going over the top, looking for Andrew. I said at the top of the call they needed 3 points badly. Stay in touch with the rest of the troops on top of the ladder. It's only early days, but they're very hungry. Here's a chance for Sutherland. A referee not interested in the shouts for a penalty. And now Grimaldi looks to move it quickly. Smith, a very good game so far. Now, again, just got to hold their cool here. Roddick. Tackle on Schreiber, here's Schreiber with a little chip over the top of Smith. That's a nice little ball from Zane Schreiber. Two-thirds of the way through this first half. Goes for a high foot. No, says the referee. That's a free kick. O'Shea. Looks like Schreiber. Player brought down.
Today we're at Goodwin Park, home of Olympic FC, with the equaliser campaign yet again. We were very lucky tonight. We actually had Stephen Huang, the candidate for the LNP, and Graham Perrott, who's the ALP member for this electorate. Fantastic home crowd that we had, and they actually got to talk to the crowd and tell them their plans about how they will be committing to female football going forward for investing in Olympic FC. Not only for the future, but potentially as a training base for the Women's World Cup next year. Why the Equaliser campaign? Well, the Equaliser campaign is part of Legacy 23. Football Australia put the Legacy 23 plan together to try and leverage the FIFA Women's World Cup, which is coming next year to Australia and New Zealand. Community facilities are an integral part of improving the capacity and capability of clubs all across the country, and Equaliser plays its part. We identified that only 35% of female facilities across the nation are actually female friendly, and we're aiming for 100%. So the Equaliser campaign is calling upon all sides of politics to support women's football through female-friendly facilities that give enclosed showers, toilets and change and make a safe, inviting environment. If I had one message to Stephen and Graham, moving on from this event today, is that you've seen how important this club is to the community. Now all you've got to do is invest in that community and deliver female players within this club to make sure that they have equal opportunities, the same as the men.
Felton Industries is proud to be the official shelter and grandstands partner of Football Queensland. Felton offers a range of premium aluminium grandstands, from elite portable spectator seating to soccer team shelters for players and coaches. Give your fans the best view of the game with Felton's comfortable spectator seating. With sun-safe shelters or powder-coated in your team colours. Whatever your club needs, Felton has a high-quality, low-maintenance seating option to suit. We are the pioneers in Australian-made grandstands and team shelters. Contact Felton today on 1800 834 016 or visit felton.net.au.
Vito Sports pride themselves on delivering top-quality FIFA regulation-compliant goals. Each goal is made from durable, high-density, thick aluminium and then finished in a white powder coat. To provide quick delivery, Vito Sports stock all goals in this range within their Brisbane distribution warehouse, allowing customers to quote, order and deliver in a matter of days. If you'd like to inquire about the Vito Sports goal range, email us at admin@vitosports.com.
They say you can't choose your family, but you can choose your football family. A family has legends you look up to. And the up-and-comers. A family pitches in and works together as a team. We have the ones who keep us in check, and we motivate each other to be the best. Be the best! But it's my brothers and my sisters who always have my back. That's why even my real family love my football family. So what are you waiting for? Join our team. Come on!